If you remember, Kuerten won the spin of the coin, chose to receive. Safin will serve.
Just the side of Marat Safin.
Safin having to cope with a nasty shooter off the sideline.
Lost his serve once against Rios, and that was on a double fault in the first set, unbroken in the second.
Impressive technique on the volley. First ace.
Served 6 against Rios. Generally averages over 7 a match. Both these men do, in fact.
Gustavo is known as a bit of a slow starter, and a couple of unforced errors from him. And Marat Safin has a comfortable first service game.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Safin can do against Kuerten on this service game, because Kuerten, as David is saying, is not only notorious, but practically as well. He's lost the opening games to Pavel in both first and second sets. A couple of opening sets to Magnus Norman as well, both here and in Rome. So it's hardly a gimme for one of the better servers on the tour. I think Kuerten's problem initially is that he doesn't get in a high first serve percentage, and also just because of the nature of his shots, long shots, they don't quite knit early on.
Marat Safin apologising. The ball went off his racket into the crowd. Well, the long shots may not work, but the touch is silky right at the start.
Well, the Brazilians are overcome. Perhaps they realise that he's generally a bit of a negative starter, and this a real blossom early on. Always looks a bit ominous when he uses that feet of his as well as he does, Safin. You know a big shot's going to come. Just how big and how true.
Yeah, so in the circumstances, Gustavo Kuerten will be delighted to have won his opening service game to 15.
Yes, I was saying two of the big servers on the tour. In fact, there are only 15 or 16 players who average over 7 aces a match, and these are two of them.
I think a big factor in this match could be who gets their backhand down the line working. The touch is definitely with Guga at the moment.
Yes, it was almost a lob drop shot this by Safin, wasn't it? He really gave it far too much air. It wasn't short enough. Well, you were talking about the backhands down the line. Very lazy footwork there. One thing about Safin, you're one of the bigger men around at 6'4", a match of big men, isn't it? 6'4" versus 6'3", but he does move those legs well.
Yes, 1m94 against 1m90.
Ball kid struggling to find the ball behind whatever's on court.
Therefore, it's going to be tough to come up with a winning lob in this match. Safin leads 2-1 in the opening set.
Safin he leads 2-1.
Get the impression that Safin's sort of playing within himself at the moment. He's not really going for the big shots through.
Yes, of course, sometimes that's done in a best-of-5 set match, but naturally you don't want to go a set down because it so often happens in these events. A much better movement here from Safin, incidentally. Obviously choked himself off after the previous shot, but it so often happens in these best-of-5 sets that whoever wins the first set wins the match. In fact, going through the finals here in Hamburg, there have been 87 best-of-5 set finals, and the vast majority of them, 41 of 87, have been 3 sets. Just 18 5-set matches that have gone to 5 sets.
Marat Safin leading 2-1 on serve in the opening set of the Tennis Masters Series in Hamburg. Incidentally, good crowd in. It's not quite capacity. But no Germans, of course, and I suppose counter-attraction of Mr. Schumacher in the European Grand Prix going on at the Nürburgring.
First set, 15.
It's long. That's got everybody going.
Not only got the hands fluttering, I'm sure it's also got the heart beating of these two. What a lot of running they had to do. A lot of players have been using the drop shot against Kuerten. Medvedev did so successfully in the French last year. Almost embarrassed the Brazilian, of course a former winner there.
Signal 14.
Kuerten lost his serve 4 times against Andre Pavel in the semis, twice in the first, twice in the second.
Love game for Gustavo Kuerten.
2 games.
He's all muttering away to himself, but I think it's a pleasing muttering. Semblance of a smile, isn't there? Something to do with the disjointedness of the serve, perhaps. Perhaps he feels it's not flowing. He's not hitting it that hard.
It's only 22% first serves in so far from Gustavo. Safin 58%. I know Fru thinks if he serves at 55 or more, he's very tough to beat, the young Russian. I don't think we really need encouragement after a first service fault. And it got to Safin a little bit.
Yes, looking up at the umpire as if to say, aren't you going to do something about it? Not a lot the umpire can do there.
He's just talking to Romano Grolotti now. Romano saying he'll do something about it at the end of the game.
It's a pity by Kuerten, really, because perhaps it was unexpectedly short, the approach, because it was a hesitating approach by Safin. He really didn't get into the net. It was hanging back.
And that's wide. And it's Kuerten who has the first break points as the Safin unforced errors mount, 11 already. It's wide, and Kuerten has the early advantage. And there's no doubt who's settled the quicker in this Masters Series final. Well, I'm sure he would be absolutely delighted, Gustavo Kuerten, with this start.
Yes, I think he's, as you said, David, I think he's playing a little within himself. He's not as frenetic as he sometimes is at the beginning of matches, when he tends to splinter off in all directions and as a result loses early service games, then has to play catch-up as he did against Andrei Pavel in the semi-final, was love 3 down in next to no time, and in fact a point for 4 love down. But this a much more solid start, and of course he's the man who's much more experienced at this level in Master Series events, a man who's won a major title in the French. Safin's been playing so well lately, probably tennis to more than match Kuerten, but just not playing to his potential. It's a new experience for him after all.
Gustavo Kuerten with the early break of serve and a 3-2 lead in the first set. And the Brazilian fans in excellent voice. Romano Grolotti keeping up a running conversation with Marat Safin in Spanish. Marat, of course, having learnt the language when he was living in Valencia. You might well have said, well, I don't really want to ask these people to shut up, because that might make it worse.
Well, the Kuerten forehand in the past used to be a little dodgy at times, much improved over the last 6 months or so. And Safin was really onto something here, having won the first point. He was moving well, but such a fluent shot that was. Not even the suggestion of a mishit as there sometimes is with Kuerten.
Couple of first serves in a row from Gustavo Kuerten, who has won every single point behind his first serve, but then he's only got 4 in so far. An overrule by umpire Grolotti, immediately accepted by Kuerten. Paid the price for not hitting a good smash, and they might just have been in 2 minds as to whether to hit the second shot.
Gosh, he made it a difficult shot for Safin, didn't he? Such an awkward one to play that, hit with a lot of spin up high, and really just not knowing whether to get off the ground or not. I think it would have gone in.
A little bit of extra power for Safin. Not getting enough first serves in. And he did well to win that last point behind the second serve.
Good serve, mate.
It's ironic, isn't it, that when you grow up playing a lot on a clay court, as Safin has done, particularly in Spain, it's on clay really that you almost need your first serve more than anywhere else, and yet you tend to disregard it. It almost becomes an inevitability that you just push the serve in sometimes, or you don't think enough about serving aces.
That's long. Yeah, we saw on that last graphic that his first serve percentage down to 42%, misses another one, it's now down to 40. And that's been the big reason, one of the big reasons why he's done so well recently, is the first serve percentage has rocketed up. This is more like the beginning of the year.
Yes, for instance, last year he averaged 49%, which just isn't high enough. If he can get it around about 55 or higher.
At the moment, 40 and falling.
And it puts so much more pressure on the ground strokes. Working well here on a good bit of wrong footing. And of course, he's up against a former French champion, and I'm not sure he's going to last as long off the ground. He can make the points quick, of course. He's got more power.
Looks to the sky. He hasn't got a first serve in this game. And there's the backhand down the line. And Kuerten has a chance for a double break.
Well, it's the creamiest, really, I think, of all the Kuerten shots. Really so nice into position. Such a good use of the right shoulder.
A little lucky there. No double faults in the match so far. Ooh. Yes, Guga looking because he knew he had a chance there. Mid-court ball.
Yes, I suppose the question for him was, did he play an approach shot or did he just go for the outright winner? He went for the latter, of course. Ground strokes are certainly reasonably reliable. If only the serve could come into operation, he'd be much more of a complete player here.
Kuerten matching him for power off the ground.
Well, suddenly it's all efficiency. After 8 missed first serves, 1 in, and it only takes 1 more stroke to win the point. He's going to take a much wider position on the court here.
He's going for the big kicker, but Kuerten has an answer to that. He just stands way back and lets the ball go over the top of the bounce.
Haven't seen Safin done that at all. Pete Sampras was using it a lot in his match. A couple of matches. Lost to Arnaud de Pascal, the Frenchman. Numbers of, I mean.
Second ace. Oh, where did he pull that one from?
Well, this is just a slap in the face for Safin, because playing at his most aggressive after the ace, looking really sharp, and somebody else even sharper.
Five deuces so far in this game. A very important one, particularly for this young man. Serving volley. And he held on, faced the point for the double break. Instead, Kuerten just has the one break and a 4-3 lead. Well, so far we've had 16 unforced errors from this man. Here are some of them.
And this is frankly where it starts, I think, on the serve. It's just that if you serve well, as most players will appreciate, you tend to play well. The rest of the game slips in. +2 with Safin, who uses his serve so effectively because of his height and power. If he's not getting the easy points, he gets frustrated. He then looks to do just a little too much off the forehand and the backhand to make up for the serve deficiency. And of course, it just all hell breaks loose. Nothing works. Although there were signs there with the ace flowing in that last game, a few more big shots, that it is coming to the top. But it's taken a while, by which time, of course, the poor chap's a breakdown. And it is a breakdown.
Well, there's the breakdown of the 16 unforced errors, most of them coming off the forehand. Chance of Guga from the Brazilian fans here. Their man is ahead, 4-3 and serving with new balls.
Well, Safin himself used a clever serve on the serve volley point where he really slowed it down, and Kuerten doing the same, just 144 Ks, but taking the man out of court.
Still hasn't won a point against the Kuerten first serve.
Of which there haven't been too many, mind you.
Well, he's up to 7 now, Fru.
Yes,
39%. the big difference is he's doing so much better behind the second. 73% of second service points won by Kuerten. Safin 42%. It's one of the reasons why Kuerten leads 5-3 after a second love service game.
Probably not throwing that ball up quite high enough, catching the top of the net. Well, that's where he looks so accomplished, finishing off most of his volleys. Better than Kuerten, I believe. Really waits until he gets alongside of that. And look at this, so solid, steady, firm wrist, head of the racket up.
Really, well, as you were saying, no doubt who's the better volleyer. Nice of Guga to illustrate that so vividly. Well, that might be the image that will make the papers tomorrow if he loses. Down and out.
It'll probably register on the Richter scale as well. This is like a redwood tree falling. Did save it, didn't he? Strong enough a wrist just to soften the fall a little bit.
Good enough the technique that time. Often is better on the backhand.
Well, terrific bit of anticipation here by Kuerten. When you're on the runner like that, of course, and really have to stretch, it's very difficult to bring the ball cross-court. He's just rushing it, isn't he?
First double fault of the match.
Got the left arm nice and up and high there.
He really is struggling with the serve. Oh, right off the line. And he gave Kuerten no chance.
Yes, I think it had beaten Kuerten anyway. It was quite a lot wide of him. It would have been a remarkable shot had Kuerten made it.
Safin clings on again. But Kuerten will serve for the set. That's 5 games to 4.
It's 5.
So Marat Safin really struggling with the first serve, 37%. Kuerten marginally better at 42. So if you're having a day, I mean, he relies on his serve far more than Kuerten. When it isn't working, how do you try and resolve the problem?
Well, I think you've got to just slow her down a little bit, and generally it's just rushing things, not therefore finding the rhythm that you usually have. And certainly in my case, it would be a case of being nervous and perhaps not throwing the ball up quite high enough. It's very important as you throw up that, as a right-hander, throw up the ball, to see your left arm stretched out and to see the arm stretched out and the ball very high. And I think that's probably just Safin's problem, but it all dates back to all this upbringing on clay and just not enough dedication to the serve. Hopefully Chesnikov and Volkov will rectify that.
Gustavo Kuerten serving for the set, and on that basis he's going to have no problem closing it out. 8 points played on the first serve, he's won all 8. 11 points played on the second serve, he's won 8 of 11.
Well, upset with that miss-hit forehand, of course. He's only won the 3 points on the Kuerten serve.
Well, there's a fourth.
Well, he's got away with so many of those drop shots. And Safin, of course, because it's the game, you're fighting for the set, just moving that more quickly.
Nope. Well, his racket is going to take an awful pounding if this match continues in this vein. 2 set points. The set goes and the racket goes. 6-4 to Kuerten. Well, Marat Safin has picked up a code violation for abuse of racket. It had been coming for some time, hopefully.
I would say so. There was a statistic floating around the media room. There was during the just before the match that Safin last year had broken 48 rackets during the year. You wonder who keeps count of all these things. But as you say, David, absolutely no surprise that that should be the case.
Now, while Marat Safin towels off, Gustavo Kuerten has Jürgen Dess out. For him, of course, we saw him got quite a lot of treatment from Per Bastolk during the Rome final, and the same sort of problem. treatment for Gustavo Kuerten. In Rome, he was complaining that his lower back and his hip were locking up a bit as a result of the amount of matches he's had to play.
Seems to be pointing, doesn't he, David, to his thigh here, and you can see they're working particularly on the thigh.
We're ready.
Let's have a quick look at the first set statistics. Neither of them getting enough first serves in, but that really hurts Safin far more. And look at the unforced errors, 21-12. Second set then, Safin to serve. Oh, beautiful shot.
Well, it's all compounded, isn't it? Two missed first serves. Nothing really falling into place.
And at the moment, you wonder how long this racket's going to last. Well, we understand from Jürgen Dess that Guga has slightly strained a hamstring during the first set, and that is a real problem. Let's hope it doesn't get any worse. Chose the wrong option there, Kuerten. He was outguessed.
Auto gone for his, well, I think it should be his favourite shot. Whether it is or not, I don't know. The backhand down the line. And Safin certainly just waiting there like a policeman on patrol duty.
Well, we're all a little uncertain about this. Romano Grillotti's coming down. Marat Safin thinks he's found the mark. And Gustavo Kuerten said, well, if you think it's out, that's fair enough. Let's change ends. It's 1-love second set.
One just wonders whether at the end of the first set, when the trainer was on to Kuerten, whether Safin actually noticed it and whether he absorbed it. Because he may have been so caught up in his own problems, he may not have been aware of it. But of course, if you are, it just should give him that little bit of encouragement, and my goodness, he needs it, to keep Kuerten out there and to try and strain him more. Can happen at any time, of course, a strain like that, but he hasn't exactly played all that much tennis. 105 games coming in here, as opposed to Safin's 116 to get to the final. Well, showing his expertise on the touch volley. Talking about the games played by Kuerten, when he got to the Rome final, he'd only played 73 games. But then, of course, he'd had a walkover en route against Alanui.
Still only won 4 points against the Kuerten serve. 3 love service games.
Behind the camera, just down in front of us. At an angle from the court, the same angle. Well, this is absolutely alarming now for Safin.
Yep, 3 break points, and Kuerten could be about to take over here.
Wonderful 1-2, wasn't it, by Kuerten? Real power, and then shaping as if to play with power again, and just drifting it.
A break of serve to love. 8 straight points, and things looking remarkably good for Gustavo Kuerten. A set and 2-1. Well, if he has got a strained hamstring, it's clearly not handicapping very much, because he is playing quite sublime tennis. Whether he's affected by thinking, well, I need to win in 3 in case it goes, we don't know.
I wouldn't say he's exactly thrown caution to the wind. He's still not playing 110%, as you might expect a player hitting the ball well and determined to win a tournament. After all, it's a big tournament, and no doubt desperate to win here. I think he's feeling it. It's just a niggle and no more. Nevertheless, worrying for Coach Passos there. Apparently it's come on during the match, so he would be unaware of it. But on the other hand, very aware of Kuerten's problems in Rome.
Well, there with the white hair and the glasses is the father of Michael Stich, the last German to win here. Wimbledon champion, of course, runner-up at the French and at the US Open. And Michael was brought up in these parts. First ace from Kuerten.
Yes, no doubt a reminder to Safin that he's only served 2 and none in this set.
Well, on clay, it's not only a question of whether you can hit the winners, it's whether you can defend well, and that backhand slice was perfection. It was so deep, it was angled. No way Safin could go for the outright winner off it. That's 10 straight points. On the line.
Well, he needed to make his presence felt because, frankly, I think all eyes were just on Kuerten. Looking very much the champion. Safin's got to make his mark.
Well, this time good defence by Safin.
Kuerten actually playing a few forehands there with a lot more top. Looking to have control, of course, until it just deserted him on the last shot.
He liked that, they liked that, everybody liked that one.
I know somebody who didn't. And he's the man who plays a pretty good approach shot, but of course at this stage of the match, Kuerten is feeling so gung-ho.
And that's very surprising. Because yesterday, Safin had more backhand winners than forehands, but today it's a different story. And Gustavo Kuerten is cruising elegantly and effortlessly. And Safin's got to do something to change the course of the match.
Safin, who has his rackets quite a bit more tightly strung than does Kuerten. 27 the mains and 26 the crosses of Safin. Kuerten, on the other hand, 22 mains and 24 crosses. And the observant amongst you would have realized that Safin has the main strung more tightly, which is much more the norm, whereas Kuerten has the cross strings more tightly strung, which is very unusual. Both of them use synthetic strings.
Safin's reaction sort of summing it up. Oh, he hits the line. Oh, I can't serve. Oh dear, why did I get out of bed today? But still, that's a much better service game for him. He's at least staying in touch. 3-2. Gustavo Kuerten 3-2 up, second set, having won the first.
And where Kuerten so often shines, he was top in the world last year, was at break points. Whenever he had the opportunity to break, he did it 50% of the time. And on this occasion against Safin, every time he's had break point on the big man serve, he's broken through the 2 times. He seems to just pull himself together and just become a lot smoother, a lot more aggressive, a lot more focused. And of course he's got power on both wings, really throws the racket at the ball, which therefore means that he has that terrific follow through.
The 2 shields there to signify his 2 Master Series titles. There's the profile of the 17 winners from Kuerten, and interesting, he's playing a genuine all-court game, isn't he?
Yes. Yes, because it's generally a little higher on the, or at least it was on the forehand side against Pavel. He scored 13 forehand winners to 4 backhand winners. Still hasn't cracked the 200 mark, but then that almost reflects his mood today.
Oh, but that'll give him a good feeling.
Well, it's going to take this sort of shot, frankly, to break the nut that the opponent is so difficult to dislodge, so difficult to crack.
Well, here's a little opening for Safin.
That's a shocker. There he is, trying to do it just with the arms.
He's put it out. And it's break point after exactly an hour. Not only producing good tennis when his chances to break, Kuerten coming up with the goods when this man had the break point.
He looks pretty disconsolate, doesn't he?
A little skip in the step of Kuerten. Safin has a new set of tennis balls to play with. There we go. Shows them to Kuerten.
Well, it's been an effective shot, the little stop volley. Can't really criticize him too much for trying it again. Safin getting the first serves in, but not exactly hitting them like rockets. That last one just 181.
Kuerten, even for the second serve, takes up a position way behind the baseline.
Comparatively gentle play by Safin, but at least it's much more percentage tennis. He had to change his losing ways.
No, Kuerten having something of a coughing fit. That's why there's a little delay, and he looks as if he's going to go to the net, maybe to have a glass of water. Maybe he swallowed the proverbial fly. Yes. And he's decided that the best thing to do is to take a drink rather than to swallow a spider to catch the fly. There's David Kowalski. Not quite. Safin holds. He's beginning to hold serve more easily now. Kuerten leads though, set and 4-3. Do you sense that he's getting a little closer now, Marat Safin? He's got himself a little bit more under control?
Well, I think he has. He's compromised, and of course, as a result, he's playing with a bit more percentage. The danger of that, of course, is that he's not going to hit the winners in Kuerten sooner or later. Given that he's in form and feeling fine, and a set and a break-up is going to hit them by him. So at some stage, this compromising attitude of Safin's has got to lead to dynamism, which is how he wins his matches, of course, with huge serves, huge shots. But it's a starting point. It's a springboard.
Now we understand that Jürgen Dess will be reappearing for Gustavo Kuerten. Jürgen's just in the tunnel at the moment, and he's having to ask for his bag, which he'd put down for a minute. Jürgen Dess back on court. Well, this would be awfully sad if Kuerten, having built a winning situation, a set and a break, albeit that it's the best of 5 sets, of course, is going to be handicapped. It looks as if now it may just be some... Oh, no, he's got a sinus problem. So that was presumably what was causing him to cough.
A bit of smelling salts, do you think?
Something to clear the nostrils anyway, I'm sure. Oh gosh, here we go again. He hits the line, I just miss it. Well, we understand that he's got an allergy problem, bit of hay fever perhaps. One of the most remarkable things I learnt about Ken Rosewall was that he got terrible hay fever and really struggled playing on grass. And of course that was the time when 3 of the Grand Slams were on grass.
Well, only once in the match so far has he won the first point on the Kuerten serve, and really losing that point's a little bit similar.
Oh, well, that one really shot through at him.
Kept a little low on the furrow that is created because of the line.
Hard. Well, if he, yes, that sort of says it all. Well, you can always go up and shake hands now, Marat. I don't think he's likely to do that, but, you know, I try and push one in quietly, and I missed that, and I go for it, and missed that. A man in conflict with himself at the moment is Marat Safin. How Kuerten would love to finish it off this set with another break.
Well, I know at one stage The Godfather was Safin's favourite movie, and you just feel at the moment, or at least I do, that he's got to call in his lieutenants here to give him a bit of a helping hand.
Yes, he needs to put out a contract on Kuerten pretty quickly, doesn't he?
Yes. Get Jürgen Dess replaced. Get the sand out of them, give himself a better grip. They'd make good smithies these types. To do them to do our horses' shoes. Just the 2 aces.
Teasing and tantalizing him.
Well, I'm sure we've all had the feeling when you play the first drop shot and the other chap makes such a good effort to get there, and then you have a whole open court to play into. So satisfying for Kuerten.
Well, he's had opportunities here. Yeah, he's telling himself to concentrate. Come on, I'm giving him too many easy points at the moment. So Safin holds and forces Kuerten to serve out for 2 sets to love. 5-4. Gustavo Kuerten mustn't allow his mind to wander forward. So, well, if I get this set, the guy at the other end has never come from 2-0 down. I've got 2 hands on the trophy.
Yes, I think so. The last time I think he did was in the Australian, wasn't it, against Albert Portas. He had 2-0 and got pegged back. But I think he's still playing a little restrained tennis, but I think pretty sensible tennis. The only problem is often the case, a talented player that Safin is going to raise his game here. On the other hand, Kuerten served out the first set to 15, but you just never know with Safin. It's unlikely that he's suddenly going to find the formula. Can't trust these big hitters though.
Gustavo Kuerten will serve for 2-0. He's lost a few more points in this set. Lost 7 points on serve in this set. Lost 4 in the entire first set. That's a brilliant drop shot, having driven Kuerten back so far.
Well, just the second time he's won the first point, and what a game in which to do it. That was daring, but you feel he's just got to be a bit more daring. Kuerten, I think, is playing just a little too solidly for Safin to try and match him at that.
Just smoothing down the baseline, making sure he doesn't get a bad bounce.
Changing position on serve, chiefly so that he gets out of the gully. Nothing worse than feeling unsafe and unstable on your feet.
Oh, he's missed that, and he's banging himself in the head, Kuerten, because it was a dumb play.
It's good moving again by Safin, 6'4" of him, but my goodness, does he steam across the court. I thought this was going in, he did.
Having berated himself for playing that combination, what does he do? He does it again.
Incredible, isn't it? And I think he was very lucky, because had he played a better smash, Safin would have been, I think, still in the point. But he hits this badly, hits it so short. Look where Safin has to play it, very low to the ground. And that, I think, was perhaps Kuerten's salvation. Dicing, isn't he? Not a first serve in yet.
Oh, my word. A first double fault from Kuerten, and Safin has 2 chances to break back.
His first double fault in 2 matches. What a time to deliver it.
Not a a bad time to come up with your second ace. You'd love to get another.
13.
Does he go back to the same spot, the net having given the game away?
He's missed it, and Safin's back in the match.
Well, you've got to admire his restraint there. 21st stroke of the rally. Kuerten blows it. But well played, Safin. He must have been wanting to take the cover off the ball, held himself back in check.
And could that be the moment the course of this final changes?
First serve percentage in this set up at 59 for Safin, but not an ace. Well, I thought Safin had made a real error there, not approaching to the net behind the forehand.
Well, just lost his footing. And he's lost his way at the moment, Kuerten.
It's 40-15.
Safin holds 3 games in a row for him. A very different scenario now. Safin leads 6-5, second set. Well, a great effort from Marat Safin, and we can look back to the moment when he broke serve for the first time.
Yes, and of course not having done it in the match, just perhaps a little more watchful, not really putting as much power, but at the same time giving himself angle and just hitting with enough depth that Kuerten couldn't really rip into it. You can see Kuerten always on the move. This was Kuerten's best opportunity, but instead of going down the line, he's not the risk taker that perhaps he ought to have been at that stage. Forehand to forehand, I tend to pick Safin in a rally. But when it switches to backhands, well, they're pretty much of an even race. A lot of power on both sides, and Kuerten, looking for that extra bit, just mishits the ball and hooks it out. I think that was very mature play by Safin. Up until now, we haven't seen much of his maturity at all.
Marat Safin, having broken back, now leads 6-5. And the onus is on his opponent now to force this second set into a tiebreak.
History doesn't necessarily repeat itself, but remember the first time they met was at the French when this man was defending champion. And Safin lost the first set 3-6 and won the second in a tiebreaker. It was 2-1 down and 1 in 5, with Kuerten fighting to defend his title.
There's great urgency now, there's great confidence about Safin.
Well, this was some shot. He really kept it low. And just watch how Kuerten has to try and dig down here. It's almost as if he's a little pained when he makes the effort. Perhaps at the realization that he was going to lose the point rather than physical.
And just maybe that slightly strained hamstring was restricting him on that lunge. Well, I'm not sure about that one. Neither are they. Gustavo Kuerten's having a long, hard look at it. He's given it as good. And this turnaround continues because it's 2 set points for Safin. Remarkable. Kuerten seemed to have this match in his pocket, but now Safin wins 4 straight games. And after an hour and 25 minutes, 1 set all. Well, hard to explain what's happened for it.
Well, it actually reminds me a little bit of a match involving Gustavo Kuerten not long ago. Pitt Sampras in the final in Miami was a set and 5-2 against Kuerten, and it frankly looked as if the match was all over. People were beginning to leave, and Sampras just lost his way a little bit, and it turned into a bit of a dogfight, with Sampras of course winning. But on this occasion I don't think it was so much Kuerten losing his way, but Safin just opening his eyes a little wider, finding himself perhaps, and raising his game when you would expect a good player to do it, of course, with an opponent serving with a real advantage. He's now looking so much more assured. Well, who wouldn't be?
Let's have a look at the second set statistics. Both of them getting their first serve percentage up. The big difference, the unforced errors. This time it was Kuerten making far more than Safin. And Safin coming from behind from 3-5 down in that set to win 4 successive games.
Yes, you've got to assume those unforced errors of Kuerten really fell into the latter part of the set. Serve for it, and hardly got a first serve in other than the one ace.
Safin.
Third set, Safin serving.
No, last 16.
Wonderful get. Kuerten hadn't closed in tight enough.
And by not closing in, just leaving enough space here for Safin, who makes a tremendous move. His tail is obviously up, wind blowing in the right direction for him, as it were.
Didn't serve a single ace in the second set, Safin. Just 3 in the match now.
Well, this is some tennis, isn't it? Much of the best tennis, perhaps, of the week was played when the roof was over this court, but this is now getting up there.
It's 14-13. Safin.
5 games in a row now for Marat Safin. As we can see, the roof remains filled up. We're still outdoors, and well, it's not exactly flourishing in the sunshine. We could only wish for that, but Marat Safin is certainly flourishing at the moment. And now the whole momentum has turned around.
Really beautiful conditions, I would say, almost ideal for the players and ideal for a comeback of this nature, because if it's really hot and you're sweating and feeling ill at ease as Safin was early on, you just don't have the guts, frankly, to fight back as he's doing. And of course Kuerten too, with the aches and pains and the allergy, had attention to the allergy from the trainer. These conditions as well are favorable. Must be very different, of course, for the Brazilian fans against the far more restrained German crowd to create as they are doing.
14, 15.
Gustavo Kuerten steadies the ship.
He had a huge following too in Miami, of course, playing Sampras in the final, but there the general public a lot more raucous than the German crowd. And the Brazilians therefore just melting in along with the other crowd. Yes, Kuerten really egging himself on because since he broke Safin in the third game of the second set, he's really struggled. He hasn't taken Safin to deuce.
Ooh. Well, Safin paying the penalty for just relaxing. Thought that was going long. It didn't. Well, it's a major talking to. And now the man in conflict with himself is Gustavo Kuerten. Safin leads 2-1 at 1 set all.
New ball, please.
So Gustavo Kuerten, not surprising, he has been very upset with himself because the unforced errors. He's very nearly caught Safin now. He gave the Russian raced away in that particular race.
Yes, up until a set and 5-3, it was Safin making them all. And then suddenly with Safin's game coming on, Kuerten not too sure whether it's his body, whether it's the court. It's not that the unforced errors have been extreme, but he played the first part of the match with so much restraint and so much almost percentage by his standards, not hitting out and hitting as hard as he normally does. Now it's pretty apparent that there are far more of them. And just now, of course, how disjointed does he become? Can Safin keep him that way? And equally bad, more off the backhand there. That's not a contradiction.
Yes, far too many of those in the last 20 minutes or so from Gustavo Kuerten. He's really relaxed his grip, which could have been vice-like if he'd served out for 2 sets to love. Well, Larry Pasov seems rather more relaxed than his charge, almost falling asleep there. No, he's not. Yeah, but that's the real reaction. I can't believe it. What's going on? He had this match in his pocket. Oh dear, and I won't get my win bonus if he doesn't win. New balls, 1-2.
Good serve, 15 love.
Beginning to feel that back again, perhaps.
Right. 30.
Well, Romano Grolotti was very quick to confirm the call, and he's pointing down at the mark. That's the mark, says Kuerten, and Safin turns and says, fair enough.
Right. 30.
Yeah, well, he saw Safin was slipping, and that's a lovely time to throw in the drop shot.
40, 15.
Court drying out, of course, the longer they play in it, with the not massive sun on it, but some sun.
Speed Kuerten.
And as it dries out, and as he does his bending to try and loosen that back and side, no doubt, so the court does become a little slippery. They water it here every night, really soak them. But then not again.
No, 15.
Well, now, here's the moment for Kuerten to reassert his authority.
And I was just thinking it may be worthwhile Kuerten taking a risk here. This wasn't exactly a risk. In fact, it's Safin doing the advancing and just slipping a little bit. I think if he loses one here, he might accuse the court.
Well, now, that's going to be very expensive, because that's going to cost him a penalty point, and he's lost his serve. As a result of that reaction, a point penalty awarded against him, so it goes from love 40 to game, and Kuerten gets a break of serve on a code violation point penalty. What a silly young man.
Yes, just obviously hadn't taken account of that. I think it came as a little bit of a shock to him, suddenly realizing, of course, that he'd offended before and that it was going to be automatic.
Yes, there was no way that Romano Grolotti could ignore this. And Alexander Volkov, and on Alexander's right, your left, is the manager, Gerard Sobian. They're probably saying, what on earth is he doing? Gerard also manages Goran Ivanisevic, so he's fairly used to some crazy guys out there.
Yes.
And Safin, and he's now got to compose himself all over again. Marat Safin having literally tossed away a break of serve, or belted away, I suppose. Now having to think. Now, Romano Grolotti's on the walkie-talkie here, and I'm just wondering if we're also waiting for the trainer, because it seems to be quite quite a long time before he calls time, but no, well, who knows? He's probably actually told, we understand the referee and the supervisor, that, maybe in some meeting, so he's probably telling him, you better get out here, guys, because I've now gone through the first penalty point.
Of course, there was a time when the third was an automatic game penalty, was it not, David? The third infringement, but it's now up to the umpire's discretion.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's one of the changes, an extra stage. Now, what's happened here? We seem to have got an awful lot of tennis balls out there. Maybe we've still got some old ones and some new ones, and Guga's saying, what are we doing? There was a change, of course.
I'm going to replace this one. You have the fifth ball over there.
Oh, well, Romano Garotti knows what's going on.
And that's probably what he's been on the talkie about, do you think?
Oh, I don't know, he might have been on to the office saying, change my flight, this has been a long time. That's the best way to get rid of your frustration.
Yes, I wondered if he had the umpire's face imprinted on the ball as he hit it.
Marat Safin wants to have another go at that shot. Oh no, he doesn't. He just wants to get the ball back any old how. Kuerten builds on that break of serve, 4-2. As we were mentioning, now there's a new code of conduct this year, more discretion for the umpire. Further outbursts from Safin could be another penalty point, or we could get into a default situation, being disqualified. Dear, oh dear. Yes, isn't it remarkable how the fortunes have fluctuated with the unforced errors? There's the trembler device that calls the lets.
Well, it's always tempting. He just wasn't quite in position to unleash with the opening there.
Oh my word. Well, having battled back so well at the end of the second set, he's now committing the tennis equivalent of Harry Carey. Oh, he's missed another one. And He's thought better of doing anything other than to put his head in his hands. Kuerten has 2 breaks and leads 5-2 in the third. Well, I think we can have a look at some of Marat Safin's behaviour, and I'll pose a question to Fru. Should it was an automatic code violation when we saw him belting the ball, but should it be? Does he harm anyone by showing his emotion and belting the ball out of the stadium?
Well, I think it's a little too unrestrained. I think it's got to be penalised because, of course, it follows to these other indiscretions. And it just so happened, of course, had it been the first time, it would have been a warning. But being the second, it's an automatic. And you can't have people all day just flinging golf clubs around on the golf course. They get punished, and tennis players do too. It's not as severe as it was. And if he did it again just like that, in the past, he might have been disqualified or had a game penalty. Alexander Volkov looks on.
Alexander Volkov, the man who's been looking after Marat Safin this week, probably wondering what on earth he got himself into. Incidentally, we have discovered that Romano Grillotti was indeed advising the tournament officials of what was going on with Marat Safin, and that he had gone 2 stages down the code of conduct.
Well, since he led 2-1, it's 18 points to Kuerten and 2 for Safin.
Well, Marat Safin seems to be getting himself back together again, and now he has a point to recover one of the breaks.
30-40.
Then, of course, Kuerten served for the second set and didn't put it away. And now he fails at the first attempt to serve out for the third set. He will get another chance. But if Safin could hold here, it could be quite interesting.
Magnificent backhand down the line by Safin, got it just all into order, textbook.
Fifth ace.
Still hasn't gone over 200. A lovely contrast, isn't it? Real black and white, the big booming serve, and then the little soft touch.
A love game for Marat Safin. And the pressure's on Gustavo Kuerten again. His lead is cut to 5-4. So Gustavo Kuerten with it all to do. He really seized up serving for the second set, and now that he's already blown one chance in the third, this will be a real test of his nerve. Didn't get a first serve in the last time around.
No, it'll be interesting just to see how he approaches it, because he's definitely just been a little restrained, and of course it paid off for a set, and up until 5-3 in the second. The problem is, though, that Safin looks good in that last game. It's amazing how Safin changes quickly. How quickly he changes, like the weather in the UK. It's either wet, very wet, or damned wet.
That's not very nice about your adopted country, sir. I shall have words with your wife.
Time.
Gustavo Kuerten coming out to serve for the third set. Having failed 2 games ago, having failed to serve out the second set. And what a moment for the sun to come out into his eyes. It's much better.
Well, he seems to be intent on the hard-hitting service game, doesn't he? 2 very powerful serves.
Three set points for 2 sets to 1.
We think those 3 successive backhand shots are very defensive
It's long, and Kuerten serves it out to love. No hesitation that time. And the Brazilian leads by 2 sets to 1 after an hour and 56 minutes. Third set to Kuerten then, 6-4.
And I wonder if it was just a coincidence that Kuerten played that last point so well, because of course it was his little boy friend who picked up the ball under his feet and raced away, and it probably just that little bit of inspiration that Kuerten needed to win the set quite as efficiently as he did, and that forehand down the line, perhaps just a tribute to his friendship with the ball kid.
More work for trainer Jürgen Dess, trying to help a wounded soldier through the match. Here's the trophy that will go to the champion at the end of the final. Let's have a look at the third set statistics. Again, they've been improving their first set's percentage all the way through, and again it's the man making all the unforced errors who loses the set. We can have a look at the service pattern of Gustavo Kuerten in that third set. Yes, no aces at all in that set from Kuerten, so no red balls, but a few into the body in the deuce court and to the backhand court. Well, they're all going to the backhand, aren't they? He's not attacking the forehand at all, either first or second serve. Still the roof is open, still the sun shines. And Marat Safin has to do what he did in their first two matches, come from 2 sets to 1 down. He did that in the French Open of '98 and the Australian Open of '99. Unfortunately, the ball kids have got one wrong. They've got the balls at the wrong end.
Yes, it's always likely to happen, of course, with the players having to sit down after an even set. The ball kids would automatically think, oh, well, they're changing ends, so I've got to get balls up to the other end. A rule, of course, new this year. A break at the end of sets, no matter what the score. Well, I thought he played the last point when serving for the third set so well, particularly on the forehand side, and looking, again, so good here. Hitting hard, but 95% hard.
Just reached the 2-hour mark as we move into the fourth set. Sixth ace.
Through the 200km/h mark for the first time, 2:03. Well, he'd read it well, the cross court, but did not play the stop volley well here.
That's a brilliant shot, and it sets up a chance to break.
Poor decision by Safin, wasn't it, not to smash the ball away.
Now, did that catch the side of the line? What are they going to decide? Well, this is a long, hard look. He says it's out. What do we say? We say out 2, my word, just. Oh dear. A double fault and the break of serve. And it's a very dejected Marat Safin right at the moment as he concedes serve right at the start of the 4th. In fact, that game, we're a game behind there, aren't we, on that score? We've had a game of the 4th set. You see, the computers, they're not used to 5-set matches, are they, these computers? You know, you have to give them a good slap and say it's the start of the 4th set. It's my standard thing when my computer gets it wrong. I never make a mistake. I never put the wrong stuff in there.
Well, you've got a feel for Safin, but at the same time, of course, it was he that really wanted the mark inspected, and that long delay between first and second serve.
That rubs salt in the wound. Just a 3rd ace.
Well, it's perhaps just a little too obvious, given that both players are quite keen on the drop shots, particularly Kuerten. And Safin there with time to spare, and of course a lot of him to hit past as he covers the shot down the line. Well, he looks so accomplished in that volley. It just makes you wonder what he can do on faster surfaces. Of course, he was a final at the Paris Indoor last year. Yep. The sort of game that could, I think, take off at Wimbledon. It's a matter of mind whether he has that mindset. Kafelnikov was pretty anti-grass.
Well, Safin thinks that missed. Oh, that definitely was not the mark. There's no way that was the mark.
I thought it was, but still.
There we go. What's Romano Grillotti going to make out of this one? Well, he says that's out. What do we say? Oh, they're all ganging up on me, these computers. Second serve. Couldn't possibly be me. Great run by Safin, but Kuerten should be kicking himself.
Well, I thought that too, but then I thought Safin was so far from it, he really had to bring off the spectacular, which is what he's done on the slide, like a star ice skater, a speed skater at that. Well, all eyes on Kuerten, but what a two-hander from Safin again, out of position, sliding way back of court, kept it low.
And he has a chance to break back immediately. that self-inflicted wounds. If at first I fail, I'll try and fail and fail again.
Yes, an acute attack of drop shotitis to add to his bad back and allergy.
And it's 1-1 in the fourth set. New balls.
Well, he wasn't in a position to force that. He's been moving so well. Almost the best spell of the match in terms of movement by Safin. But there he should just have been blocking it back with that huge forearm.
Animal noises again from Kuerten.
These two men, I imagine, would chat away to each other in Spanish, given Safin's mastery of the language. Lived there long enough in Spain.
Not much difference to Portuguese, which is Gustavo's native tongue.
It's got a very good ring to it, but it doesn't really help if it's landing out, I suppose.
Well, we saw an extraordinary set, didn't we, with Hemman and Zabaleta, in which I think there were break points in the first 8 games of the set. And now here we are with a chance for third successive break. One of them snuffed out.
Yes, and 6 breaks of serve in the second set of the Kuerten-Pavel match. Well, ironically, it's almost the most positive body language of the match from Safin. And maybe that's how he's done it in the past, of course. He's won 2 very important fourth sets against Kuerten.
He's having a look at that one. Now, I make that wide, so Fru, you must...
Yes, no, I thought it was wide too.
Good heavens.
Yep.
We're all in agreement. What about...
Thank you.
Oh,
We're all wrong.
what is Questak saying? See, they had it out as well, and Gustavo's just given away the point. What a nice man, even if a little silly.
Fastest serve of the match at 208.
So Safin becomes the first man to hold serve in this fourth set. 2-1, he leads. Yes, it will be interesting to see if he can build from that 1540, and he will. I mean, the memory of those two matches that he did win in 5 sets from 2 sets to 1 down.
Back of the mind might just be a little seed that telling him that, but I think irrespective, although it may be primarily the cause, but really does look good. Even the sound of racket on ball sounds better to me. He's hitting the ball harder. The serve, even though he lost that first service game of the set, he's hitting it harder, no doubt about that. He's now consistently over the 200K mark. Alexander Volkov, of course, a terrific player himself, winner of 3 titles. Won Milan in 91, Auckland in 94, and Moscow in 94. Left-handed Russian.
You're watching the final of the Tennis Master Series Rome with Fru McMillan and myself, David Mercer. Gustavo Kuerten having just a little look at the court. Perhaps he thinks it's opening up. Kuerten leads by 2 sets to 1. Safin by 2 games to 1. Kuerten to serve.
Witness. Thank you, thank you. Right already, thank you. Took 15 minutes. Took 15 minutes.
Kuerten, incidentally, his fastest serve, 198 kilometers an hour.
I'll have a go at that again. That's the way to get rid of the emotions. Doesn't want to be swatting any more balls out of the stadium. And Kuerten eschewing the drop shot.
Yes, he learned his lesson the hard way in his previous service game, and he threw it away really from 40-15. 2-all in the 4th.
How to call, make a gesture, and move aside at the same time.
But not for long does he ensue the drop shot.
Yes, it wasn't the greatest stop volley in the world, but Safin just was a lot looser of wrist than he intended to be here, trying to steer the backhand up the line. Just long. It's a patch where somebody slid in the court, and it looks like the ball has left the mark there.
More problems for Safin.
3 missed first serves.
They're both finding lines in that point.
Well, wonderfully defence initially by Safin, because Kuerten shot. He would have thought he was winning the point. He hit it hard and deep, and yet it came back like a bullet. And then built on that platform, did the Russian. A wonderful point. Particularly the forehand crosscourt, close to the net. Not always easy to control those, but he picked his spot and it hurried away from Kuerten. Well, I think they read each other a bit too easily on these drop shots and stop volleys, because they're playing a few too many of them.
30-40.
Yep, one too many that time, certainly for Safin. And once again, he's break point down. Well, it was a very tentative serve and an awful forehand. And for the second time in this set, Kuerten is up a break. 3-2. Well, it's a really fluctuating set, this one, Fru.
It is, and what interests me too is the way that the coaches scream at the players when, of course, the noise is at its utmost. They are doing it for anonymity, but you know very well, because there is such an outcry and such a noise anyway, that the players are not going to hear them. It's almost as if they, the coaches, need a release, a pressure cooker, and the top has to come off, so they shout whilst the crowd is shouting.
That's what awaits the champion. Plus 400,000 US dollars. Gustavo Kuerten's come so close, losing to Pete Sampras in Miami, to Magnus Norman in Rome. Now he's the favorite again. Gustavo Kuerten up a break for the second time in this fourth set. This time he wants to build on it. Last time he handed the break straight back.
Love 15.
For once, the drop shot is perfect, and Safin threatening to break back again.
Well, the comparison is, I suppose, like a silencer, isn't it? Given the heavy bombardment of shots.
Good serve. 15-11.
Ace number 4 for Kuerten. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think that was wide. And I'll have a look at this. Well, Safin thinks he's found it.
Yeah, it's a mile out.
This one is white. We said this before. Please.
Should have cleaned my glasses this morning, I think. Second serve.
A rare bit of serve volleying. Second serve. It's using the slower speed and hoping, as he did, to get in beyond the service line. Certainly an element of surprise there. I don't know if you want to show old man Stick again, but when his son won here, he beat a Russian in the final. He's still watching. Chesnikov, the coach of Safin.
No, I agree that was out.
If he wins the game.
Oh, having done all the hard work getting himself back into the point, he'll be very frustrated with that.
30-14.
Good serve to get him out of trouble that time.
Well, good control again, drawing the man in and just covering the shot enough. This time not leaving the gap between him and the net.
Double bounce. Kuerten so far back.
The crowd not realizing, of course, that it was a double bounce. The call of not up probably just a little foreign to them. It's winded them, and Kuerten taking just a little bit longer. Oh, this is huge, and it's outstanding by Safin. Bruising rallies. And Kuerten coming up, shaking his head, taking his time.
Second chance to break back for a second time in the fourth set. Oh, magnificent again from Safin. And he breaks back again. And the match is in the balance again.
Well, this is undoubtedly the best tennis of the match. And I'm sure Volkov, a veteran of the game, will appreciate it. And appreciate this fighting spirit. Really hitting the ball big. The serve can just fall into place.
Well, this is the seventh game of the set, and only in one of them has the server won the first point. That was the fourth. Everyone's looking at each other as to who should pick up the stray ball.
Well, it's a great effort by Kuerten, but so brave by Safin, because he knew that he really had to play with a lot of damage here. He threw caution to the wind. He knew that if he hit it just anything less than good there, he was out of the point. Difficult angle from which to approach, hitting the ball quite as hard as that, because you can see he's not paralleling the line here. It's always coming in towards Kuerten.
15-30.
He's biting his fists. Guga's moaning.
Well, they've really got nothing to admonish themselves about. It's good stuff.
An eighth ace for Safin, 3 in the set so far.
174 on the width.
That one 187 out wide. Ninth ace, and Safin's ahead. 4-3 in the fourth.
It's 4-3.
And he's kept his cool so well in this set, considering he blew the third. Well, David Kowalski, the young ball boy, who came out with Kuerten at the start of the match, now having a little break. You know, they get a certain amount of time off court, and now he's right behind Gustavo Kuerten.
That's terrific, isn't it? Behind in so many ways. An attachment for life, no doubt. How many great players have been ball kids at times? Not so often today, perhaps, but Kuerten may well have been one. But you think of people like Santana, especially Orantes, the Spaniards, where club tennis was such an important thing, of course, for a certain class of society, and then from the poorer classes, they used to act as ball kids and then got into the game.
So Gustavo Kuerten, twice a break up in this set, now behind again, 3-4, leading by 2 sets to 1.
Well, just got close enough in here and had a good enough approach to give himself the option of playing both shots. Therefore, Safin uncertain. Well, it's his first fall from grace for some time. And he really did fall away from the shot.
Outside edge of the line, quite extraordinary shot.
One of the shots of the match, because Safin had played a particularly good reply cross court, and look at this, just going for broke, as they say. Some shot.
And Safin says, well, you can do it on that side, so I'll have a go on this.
This is good. Greek meeting Greek here.
It's one set in which the winners are way ahead of the unforced errors. 24 winners in this set so far in total, and only 17 unforced errors.
Well, Kafelnikov has a wonderful two-hander down the line, but this Russian is bigger and stronger.
And again, the sudden change of tactics, the serve and volley, the element of surprise works. 4 all in the fourth.
He's got such terrific form, hasn't he, when he plays these forehand volleys.
Third set by 15 all.
That's when he got to the final of the Paris Indoor, where he would have served quite a bit more. He beat not only Kuerten there, but Mark Rosset, Jim Courier, Michael Chang, lost to Agassi. That Masters Series event.
Well, so far this set has gone like this. 2 breaks, 2 holds, 2 breaks, 2 holds. So it's clearly going to be 2 breaks. And he's been remarkably successful when he's come to the net, and he's come to the net a lot.
Yes, he only went in 14 times against Rios, of course, a 2-set match.
And this time the centre service judge, there she is, moved the wrong way.
Well, this is a set, even though there have been these 4 breaks of serve, really in many ways to treasure. There's some terrific tennis. This is such a difficult shot. Kuerten had kept it so low. And when you think how many drop shots and stop volleys they've played, it had to be so precise. It must seem like an oasis in the desert, that, when you just have to hit 1 shot and win the point. Standing very wide here, his position.
And it works. And Safin's ahead 5-4. Kuerten must serve to stay in the 4th set.
It's 5-4.
Been a sign certainly of the growing maturity of Safin, because this year he's had some disciplinary problems, and it looked as if when he lost a break of serve in the 3rd set as a result of getting a penalty point, that he might blow his mind, but he's recovered well. Such a talent. Yeah, it'd be interesting. As you say, Fru, he's got the game to do so well at Wimbledon.
He has. It's just a matter of conditioning the mind.
As the double-handed backhand, he takes quite a short backswing. I suppose he might occasionally struggle on the forehand with the longer swing, but his serve and his volleys, he shouldn't have to play too many ground shots in his own service games, but whether he will have the mindset to serve and volley all the time remains to be seen. Marat Safin leads 5-4, 4th set. Kuerten by 2 sets to 1. 4 breaks of serve in this set. 2 each.
Okay.
Well, it just shows Safin playing conservatively, looking rather than hitting the outright winner, which he certainly had the option to do, looking to play the old-fashioned approach.
Bicycle 30. Bicycle 40.
Love service game for Gustavo Kuerten at such a crucial time. He hasn't had one of those since set number 2.
Yes, 4 in the match overall. And just the one for Safin. Well, they quite often follow one another, these love service games. Let's just hope it isn't a love break of serve. We don't want that to happen.
Just wide.
He's playing a slightly risky game here, I feel. Okay, that's 1-all with the forehand approach down the line, which Kuerten hit cross court, rather than looking for the extra big shot. That was the extra big, and the added advantage of Kuerten just not finding his feet, looking to move the other way.
They'll go long. Wasn't a love service game, but he won the last 4 points of it. And Kuerten will have to serve for a second time to stay in the fourth set. Lovely that the sunshine is still out after the poor weather of the last few days. Of course, we started quite beautifully on Monday and Tuesday with the temperatures right up in the 30s. Gustavo Kuerten, you feel that it's he who's hanging on in this set now. Still in the crowd is Michael Stick's father, Detlef, and Michael beat a Russian, didn't he, when he won the title?
Yes, Michael Stick, Wimbledon champion, and of course was the winner here in '93, beat Safin's coach, Andrei Chesnikov, in the final. here in 1993. He's obviously got the stamina that his son had, just sitting here through it all. Lives nearby.
It's a lovely setting, isn't it? 13,500, I reckon, is just about right. Anything around about the 15,000 mark is a good tennis stadium. Much more than that, I think we get too big. New balls. 5-6. I remind you that every single match they've played has gone to a final set. Not an ace because there was an outside edge.
Beautifully caught low down.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Marat always fancied himself as a cricketer.
I say 15-30.
Just wide, yeah, good call. Slightly delayed because I think Kuerten was actually between the ball and the line judge. And they sensibly waited until he got out of the way a bit and they could see the mark.
Took a long time before that serve. I wondered whether he was thinking of coming in, but I think he obviously was thinking of first serve in, not too much pace. Here, taking a bit more of a risk.
Poor error there from Kuerten, under no apparent pressure other than the pressure of the situation. And after 2 hours and 50 minutes, Marat Safin with the chance to take us into a final set.
I can't imagine he's going to serve volley here.
We'll go the distance. Kuerten was twice a break-up in that fourth set. Couldn't consolidate. 2 hours and 50 minutes. Fourth set goes to Safin. 7-5. Well, if you look at that scoreline, you can see that Kuerten wins set 6-4 and Safin wins set 7-5. And Alexander Volkov approves of that one. Yes, little thumbs up. Keep it going. Well, the one difference in that set to all the others is that the man who made the more unforced errors won the set. In all the others, it's been the other way around. But the difference is that Safin still had a plus mark, 19-18. So did Kuerten. But what really hurt Kuerten is that he didn't hold on to the 2 service breaks he held. The trophy. Gustavo Kuerten's had a hand on it twice, but now it's suspended in midair, as it were, once again.
Well, he's feeling so confident. He's going for the lines, but that's the risk. He's got to aim, perhaps hit the ball hard by all means. Just aim perhaps a little bit inside them. Well, he should not have got away with that because he aimed far too far inside it.
He's being led off the hook on the last 2 points. Break point, start of the 5th set. Of course, it occurred to me through that the longest match on the ATP Tour last year was this final.
Yes.
4 hours and 6 minutes, in which Marcelo Real saved a match point and beat Mariano Zabaleta. Just wide.
Yes, I think we were discussing that and came to the conclusion that even if this one went to 5, they'd finish within, well, I think we said 3 to maximum 3.5 hours.
You can see it's 2 hours 55. Pity. Look at relief on Safin's face.
I just get the feeling that may actually be to Safin's advantage because he seems just a little stronger than does Kuerten. Well, I was basing my judgment on Kuerten when stretched on the backhand side. Even though he won the point with Safin missing the volley earlier on, here they're getting across quickly, so perhaps I'll have to rethink.
This 39th clean winner of the match from Gustavo Kuerten, 14th off the forehand, and it brings him a second chance to break. Opening game, final set. Oh, he's missed it. And just as he did in the 4th set, Kuerten breaks immediately.
Well, he seemed to have Kuerten at his mercy. Excuse me, David. He seemed to have him at his mercy, didn't he? Just held back a little bit on that into-out drive volley.
So the question now is, can Gustavo Kuerten do what he couldn't do in set number 4? He's just having a chat with Romano Grolotti. Has he got a blister or something? Or?
Si quiere. Ok, vamos para ahora o el próximo. ¿Ahora tienes un problema? ¿Qué problema dónde? ¿Pierna?
Conversing happily in
I'd
Spanish.
like to see Jürgen because you have a problem with his leg.
Oh, it's the leg again. So Jürgen Dess is going to be summoned once again.
The trainer will call on court.
Meanwhile, of course, Safin is waiting at the other end, so he'll have the long slog back to the chair.
He's worked for his money today, Jürgen.
It was the thigh earlier, wasn't it? Left thigh, I believe.
Yeah, it started in the left, then it seemed to move across to the right.
Like wildfire.
Yes. It's been a bit of the walking wounded over the last few weeks. Marat Safin, meanwhile, has pinched linesman's chair. Well, he's got 3 minutes. Time for 40 winks, I think. Fru, you carry on for the next 3, will you?
Yes. And he's obviously, the Safin's decided the linesman needs to sit down, and he's going to, of course, get to the chair, which is where I think he really belongs. Although at a time like this, it's not a bad idea to keep moving around, to keep limbered up. I'm sure in other sports they might even be exchanging a few shots with somebody, bring out the coach and hit to him.
Why not? I always remember Eva Maioli famously when Mary Pierce at the French Open went off, I think, for a toilet break, and she captivated the crowd by playing with one of the ball kids.
Yeah.
So where's David Kowalski? We need him out there. He should take over from Kuerten and start playing against Safin. Safin would agree to that.
Yes. I don't think he wants to help Safin's cause too much, though. This is Kuerten's mate. Well, there have been no real signs of it, because although I said he seemed to be stretching and seemed a bit hesitant early in the last game, but then finished it well. He had treatment in the final, of course, in Rome against Magnus Norman. Or was it certainly the semi-final?
Oh, we've just passed the 3-hour mark, so maybe Gustavo Kuerten is determined to make this the longest final. You know, he's going to take a 3-minute timeout in every change of ends, and then we'll go to a final set tiebreaker. There was one quite remarkable tiebreak in the women's tour many years ago. I seem to remember the tiebreak itself lasted 3.5 hours.
Oh.
And one rally was over 600 strokes.
Yeah, I think that was an attempt at the Guinness Book of Records, wasn't it?
They achieved it, but it was on the tour, wasn't it? Or at least on the Challenger Tour. The Avon Futures, as they were known then, on the women's game. And the whole match, which was 2 sets, lasted over 6 hours. All sorts of problems for Guga. He is, as he admits, skinny. Wouldn't regard him as the finest physical specimen on the tour, but such a nice guy.
And did very well. I remember when he won the French, he had to come back 3 times, didn't he, from 2 sets to 1 down to beat mainly French Open champions, people like Muster and Bruguera.
Oh, well, we're filling. I've just been handed some nice statistics. Say that this is the 260th tennis match shown since the Masters Series began this year. 511 hours have been broadcast to 190 countries.
Sounds like a bit of a marathon to me.
The situation, Gustavo Kuerten up a break at the start of the 5th, but then he was up a break at the start of the 4th. Well, if Safin had known it, he was a sucker for a lob in reply.
Yes, I think it's a very useful shot. In fact, when you're running back like this, the chances are if the opposition got any sense, they're going to stay close to the net. So hoist the lob, even if it's a defensive one. Because it was his right thigh that was being massaged, and he's going to feel that mainly on that backhand.
Great serve. We understand the problem with Gur is that he's cramping all over.
Well, if he is, of course, he'll be taking a few more risks, that's for sure. Still don't see signs of agony. Cramping all over.
Not enough on the approach, and here we go again. Safin with the chance to break back.
Well, I think almost his best shot is down the line, and he uses it quite a bit, but probably figuring that he might have used it a bit too much. So a little bit of variation, but Safin's onto it, and wasn't that a delightful pass? And we could see a real series of explosions, of course, with Kuerten determined perhaps to win the points quickly.
Beautiful skills from Kuerten, and for once Safin's touch lets him down. He's played so well at the net. Yep. Kuerten holds off the break point, and this time he is managing to consolidate, and Larry Passos, oh my word, getting very animated indeed.
Love 15.
It looked a little long, the serve, but of course the point was played on.
Puede ser, no, puedo cantar de aquí, no tengo los espacio.
Well, he was quite certain that it was long, are we? It certainly was, but you have to protest immediately.
Well, he was slow up to that, so the disguise from Kuerten was good. I don't think it's tiredness from Safin. There have been no signs of that. And no signs of further cramping from Kuerten either.
Rising by the 30. Fitting 40-30.
Safin manages to hold and opens his account in the final set, but it's Kuerten who has the advantage.
2-1. It's 2-1.
Jürgen Dess once again coming out onto the court. It's confirmed that we understand that Gustavo Kuerten is, to quote, cramping all over. Of course, in the old days, Fruit, not that long ago, if you cramped, tough, you got on with it.
That's right. It was reckoned as part of your sort of deterioration during the match, and therefore it was a plus for the opponent. But they ran into the problems of lawsuits in case something rather abysmal happened as a result of your cramping. They felt that the players might have recourse to the courts, so that courts won over the tennis court.
Yeah, Shuzo Matsuoda, the Japanese player, had a terrible attack of cramp at the US Open, and no one could come out and treat him until he was counted out, quite literally. Anxious times for Larry Passos. I think getting a little medical update himself from
yes,
Jürgen Dess as Jürgen went off.
He's certainly not impassos, is he?
No. Yeah, some people at the far end just strolling along the court behind Gustavo. There we are. I say, so yes, we're all waiting for you, sir.
Well, he got round the wrong footing rather well. In fact, too well. That's why he tried the big forehand. An unusual shot that by Safin, going for the hard shot straight down the middle of the court, eliminating, of course, the potential angles for Kuerten.
Seven aces now.
195 kilometers an hour, so the cramp not affecting the arm on that shot.
Fitting at 40-15. Fitting racing, 40-30.
Just occasionally, very much in the modern idiom, you'll see Kuerten leaning back off that forehand, just getting it long. Lovely to follow the body language of these two men and their camps.
Kuerten für 3 serves, he leads 3-1.
Yes, you could see what Safin was trying there, trying to make the lunge and really clobber the ball, but he wasn't quite to it.
Futsal 15.
Safin into double figures in the aces count.
Driving on 13. Fitting on 14.
Could be a case of conservation by Kuerten.
Speed Safin.
Yeah, didn't exactly bust to get to that serve. Only a second love service game of the match for Safin. Kuerten leads 3-2 in the fifth.
Leads 3-2.
So a love service game for Marat Safin, and through suggesting that Gustavo, who's obviously doesn't want to sit down because of the cramping, is now going to take a pragmatic view on the Safin service games and conserve his energy for his own.
Well, there's a possibility of that, I think, particularly after a very well played and a very well served serving game of his own. I think it would be a different matter if the preceding game, or the couple of preceding game, had not gone his way and he was a little stuttering on it. But given that he wrapped in quite a few first serves, there's no doubt just the feeling that the serve has come into its own at a time when he most needs it, a break up in the final set.
Gustavo Kuerten doing some more stretching. He's now had the limit of treatment for cramping. Get him more treatment for another injury.
And there's not really a lot that Safin should change, I think, in the circumstances, because the risks are that if he tries to keep Kuerten out there a lot longer and therefore takes pace off the ball, that Kuerten himself will look to hit the ball hard. Well, a 15-shot rally will certainly help Safin.
Love 15.
What a miss.
By the 15.
Wonderful return, had really set up the point.
volleys getting longer, 16 there, and Safin looking more and more powerful. Kuerten might just have to take a few more risks early on if the serve doesn't operate for him. Really middling the ball so well.
Rising by the third field.
Well, that was one way of keeping the point short, of course, to serve and volley. And he got the volley hopelessly wrong, and Safin has the opportunity to break back.
Safin making his intentions very clear.
Safin breaks back. It's 3-all in the fifth.
Try by the 3 games over.
Larry Passos can hardly believe it. This man was twice a break up in the fourth. Now he's squandered a break in the fifth. And he's cramping all over.
Oh, what a lucky break for Safin.
Just feel that a fully fit Kuerten might have got here with time to spare. Instead, he was struggling to get there.
Well, at times he's looked a little boy lost when Kuerten plays that ball directly to him on the feet, on the legs here. Whether it's the slice or the roll, Safin's a little lost.
Well, he's certainly got luck on his side in this game, Safin.
Rising, it's 30-15.
And Kuka must be thinking, am I ever going to win a Masters Series title this year? 2 last, of course.
No first serve from Safin. Well, very often when you play these drop shots to this extent, it's a real indication that you yourself are pretty tired. because you're playing actually as if you're playing yourself. You're playing as you feel,
40-15.
rather than to your opponent's strengths or weaknesses.
Still
3 games in a row for Marat Safin. And the Russian is ahead for the first time in the final set. 4-3.
Safin 4-3. It's 4-3.
And it can't be too much of a coincidence that this young man has won 3 previous encounters with Kuerten that all went the distance. 6-4 in the 5th, 6-4 in the 5th, 7-6 in the 3rd, and there's no doubt who is the stronger physically at the moment.
Yes, and of course, whenever you win the 4th set, psychologically you come stronger into the 5th set. But he just looks physically stronger.
There's the match update. So the unforced errors more than the winners for both of them. Those percentages. Well, Safin has got his up, as indeed has Kuerten, but it's Safin, it's rather more important. 3 hours 24 minutes. Lovely to have had a nice bright afternoon for this final. Not trying, is he, this guy? I mean, he's been out there for 3 hours 26.
Well, he was very keen on his soccer, on his football, was Safin, and playing the role of the goalkeeper. But runners-up prize money or winners' prize money sufficient to play for these laundry balls. That's for sure. That's a sterling effort. Terrific stuff.
Lev Yashin, wasn't it, was the great Russian goalkeeper.
Some good stuff. Safin still had the point 1, but as he comes up to reply to the Kuerten drop volley here, he just tries to do it with the wrist, and there's not quite enough elbow into the shot. Late but good call, I think.
Yes, Kuerten's accepted it. Safin's pointing it out, but Kuerten's already back. Crowd saying it wasn't that far out, but it was far enough.
Well, you just wonder if Safin's falling into the trap here of assuming that Kuerten's not going to do much in his attempts to get to these balls. But firstly, he's not playing the drop shot very well. And secondly, Kuerten's moving a lot better than somebody besieged with cramp.
And for once, Kuerten doesn't even try to run down the drop shot.
And a sensible move, because this was a stunning shot. He's dropping the left hand off the racket, playing the single-handed drop shot. And so good, of course. Why bother, particularly when you're 40 love or 40-15 up?
40-15. Racing 40-30.
Kuerten clings on. So after exactly 3.5 hours, 2 sets all, 4 all. And I remind you that the first 2 matches between these two were won by Safin 6-4 in the 5th.
Tremendous control. He'd love, of course, to win the point cheaply with the serve, but he's having to work hard, and Kuerten's moving well. Upset with the court as soon as that ball landed in near the baseline there. During the course of this tournament, at times Kuerten's been livid and wanted, and did at one stage, get the court swept after every change of end. Needs to conserve his energy though, his thought processes.
Safin looking down. He thinks the ball was out at his end. And Kuerten's already conceded because he's walking to the chair. So this is a pretty academic exercise, guys.
Tocó la línea, seguro. Aquí, mira, Marat. Aquí.
Oh, umpire Grolotti thinks
seguro.
The ball was good.
What was it?
May well have been right. So 40-15.
Apologies from Safin.
Safin holds, and Kuerten will have to serve to stay in the final.
It's 5-4.
In the 5th again for him.
Oh, could well be. The one advantage for Kuerten as he stands up yet again. Cramping, of course. He doesn't want to sit down and tighten the muscles at all. The one advantage for him is that he has continued to serve pretty well. But Safin is middling the ball and keeping such a good length. What Safin doesn't want to do now is play too many drop shots here.
Well, he's been so close to those trophies, hasn't he? This is his 3rd final of the year. He looked sure to win this one when he led by a set and 5-3. The Brazilian fans still hoping. I have to say that my money's on Safin right now. Kuerten serving 4-5 in the 5th.
Well, super touch, but Safin missed a golden opportunity there. It wasn't a first-class approach. You can see the room that Safin had down the line.
Well, he's ignoring your advice, Fru, and doing rather well.
No, it was Safin that wasn't to play them.
I beg your pardon.
13.
Yeah, it's taking a lot of pace off that serve, just 147 Ks. But it opens up the court with a kick. After all the hard work, wonderful defensive lob. Passos is getting lower and lower, isn't he?
Seconds, 40-15.
Big serve from Kuerten, so it won't be 6-4 in the 5th this time.
Lost 12 points in his serve, and Safin 9, so Safin the steadier. But in the match overall, Kuerten leads by 11 points, 166 to 155, by virtue, of course, of that 6 for third set.
Good set, 15 left.
Well, we understand it's beginning to drizzle, would you believe it? That's all we need. It's just a few speckles at the moment. But it's got rather dark.
Well, for once, Kuerten not able to get that ball down to force the Russian to play the half volley. Even so, Safin looks so competent on the volley.
Yeah, and he's played 60 points at the net now in this match, Safin.
14.
Ace number 12. Make that 13. He knows he's into a tie break if he can't break Kuerten in the next game. 6-5.
Safin für 6-5, il est 6-5.
Well, as we mentioned, the clouds building up outside, and I'm sure referee Alan Mills there, yes, he's getting a little chilly. Thinking, wagging his finger at Romano Grillotti and saying, we're not closing the roof just yet. Jerry Armstrong, the supervisor. Can you imagine if it starts to chuck it down now and they have to shut the roof for the final set tiebreak?
Yes, they wouldn't want to hold up play, which they would just have to do for a few minutes as they... And of course the court can absorb a fair amount of moisture.
Yes, get on with it, he's saying. Get him out before the rain.
Time.
It doesn't look too bad there. So it's all down to this. After 3 hours and 39 minutes, can Kuerten take us into a final set tiebreak? David Kowalski is back, the ball boy.
No, love 15.
This is the third set in which Kuerten served at 5-6, and he's lost serve every time. Well, it's been called out. Kuerten's looking. Safin's coming. Now, Romano Guidotti is calling for the line judge because he hasn't seen the mark. So the line judge is coming forward.
The problem here is that it's a mark within a mark. The most difficult call.
We have 2 more, but it's out. Gustavo, it's this one.
Well, the decision is out, and it's love 30.
And it looks a good decision.
Yeah.
The easiest of shots.
Well, Kuerten persists.
What a shot to play. I mean, what risk. And yet, Safin's problem, he just doesn't quite cover them. He tries to do it on the stretch where you obviously are not going to have the control of the shot. He had time to get a little closer.
Seem to have this match at love 30.
15, 40.
Great effort from Kuerten. Passos can breathe again. And we will go to a 5th set tiebreak.
Zeg bij de 6 all. That's the final set, tiebreak.
Well, this is the 18th set between these two, and Safin leads 3-love in tiebreakers. And those are their records for the year. Kuerten trailing.
Every inch of his 6'4" is 1.94 m.
What a classical point.
1-0, Safin.
Safin and Kuerten not suffering. He's still moving well. And that's a blessing.
Well, Kuerten thinks it's out. No call. Umpire Grilotti's going to get involved.
Yeah. This is the ball. This is low.
He talks to himself when he's making a decision.
Yes. I love the way he trots to and fro too.
1.
Oh, that hurt.
Well, there was no lack of effort, there was no lack of speed, it was just, frankly, the brilliance of the drop shot, because Safin really was able to cut under that one with a bit of backspin and side spin. That made all the difference.
Safin has the mini break. Oh no! Harry Passos exhorting his man to further efforts.
Beide 2-0.
Well, he's got drop shot in the head, hasn't he? Would have been all right, but he just, for some reason, cut it too fine.
Dear, oh dear. I don't think I've ever seen a coach as animated as that.
3-2, Kuerten.
It's Kuerten who will have the advantage as they change ends. 4-2.
4-2, Kuerten.
No, just wide. The bowling has been so good for Safin throughout the match. And it swings back again.
4-3, Kuerten.
You've got to admire that shot of Safin, because it wasn't an easy one to deal with. And the match was virtually Kuerten's had he missed it.
Too many unforced errors in the tie-break for Safin. Larry Passos.
Needs the big serve to operate and work here for him, Safin.
Brilliant from Kuerten. One more! 3 championship points to the man, I confess. I thought it shot his bolt. What an effort.
6-3, Kuerten.
He's done it! What a match! And at last, Larry Passos can celebrate a Masters Series win this year for Gustavo Kuerten. 3 hours and 51 minutes. At last he's beaten Safin. And Passos can't hold back the tears. Well, the hero of this crowd for so many years, Boris Becker, always used to say, when you're down to the latter stages of a final set, it's all about heart. And he showed it. My word, he showed it.
Well, aren't they so fortunate here in Hamburg? They had a match over 4 hours last year with Rios beating Zabaleta, saving match points in the process. And whilst all credit goes to Kuerten, I think really almost the man of the match, because he made a match of it, was Safin. When you think he was a set and 5-3 down, he was a breakdown in the third, he was a breakdown in the fourth, he was a breakdown in the fifth, and yet he stood his ground and made Kuerten really deserve it. An epic in the end. All credit to Safin, his first loss to Kuerten, and what a loss.
So Gustavo Kuerten, just a moment. So he is going to talk now to Chris Bailey.
Gustavo, your 3rd Masters Series final of the year and your 3rd Masters Series title. Some would say it's about time.
Yeah, I think I really deserve, and maybe I hesitate a little bit when I had the chance to win the match, and well, things got very, very tough at the end. I feel myself tired. Maybe it was the, you know, when you're feeling that you're almost there, so your nerves goes a little bit over. And then, well, I couldn't control at the 4th set, started little cramps. Then trainer helped me out. I could recover a little bit, and finally, I think I finished playing unbelievable. And I think I really deserve a lot of fight today, and well, finally was my day.
But you couldn't have got a better start, a set and then 5-3 up, and then suddenly Marat Safin starts to find the court and gets back into it.
Well, I think at that time I let too much chance for him. You know, I didn't serve well. I didn't really play my best shots. So in a final like this, you cannot make kind of mistakes like that. I think I got lucky at the end. I really deserved to win in 3 sets, but then I think I deserved to lose then in 5. So it was a tough match. I mean, everybody, we both had a chance to win, and well, finally, I'm so happy that I could go through it then.
It's clearly a very emotional moment for you with your coach, Larry Passos. Where would you put this amongst all your titles in far as victories?
Well, we had a tough time now. After Davis Cup, I went to Monte Carlo. I had my back so bad. We came back Rome. We started to work very hard. And then I came to 2 tournaments and 1 final, and I won another. So it was great. We had a big loss for us. A great friend from Larry died when we was there. The guy that gave him his first racket. So that's special for him. These 2 finals, this tournament, and I think Larry really got into it. He really got emotion in, and well, we are Brazilian. We are like that.
Gustavo, congratulations and good luck for the French Open.
A great effort indeed for Gustavo Kuerten, but spare a thought for this guy. He's ringing home with the news. I lost. So close. So close, but it wasn't to be. Let's just remind you of the scoreline. And the margin of the final set tiebreak was 7 points to 3. Now, whilst our colleagues on German television do their interview with Gustavo Kuerten, we can bring you the match statistics. In the end, not much to choose between them in the first serve percentage. Safin, as you would expect, rather more aces, very parsimonious, both of them with double faults. But you can see Safin hit only 4 more winners. The unforced errors, well, 21 more from Safin, and they hurt him in the end. So there's the match statistics. Well, we're just waiting. Let me remind you that there'll be a little pause now in the Tennis Masters Series. Because after the 5th Hamburg Series event, which Gustavo Kuerten won, we'll be back on the 31st of July in Toronto. Now then, we can concentrate on our presentation ceremony.
Eigentlich hätte dieses Match 2 Sieger verdient.
I'll try and help you with some of the translating. The gentleman saying that this match actually had 2 winners.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch an den Sieger der diesjährigen Tennis-Master-Serie in Hamburg 2000. Glückwunsch an Gustavo Kuerten.
Wishing good luck to Gustavo Kuerten, and well done.
Dank, aber auch große Anerkennung Ihnen, Herr Safin. Ich bin sicher, wir werden noch viele Turniersiege von Ihnen erleben.
And he's congratulating Safin and saying we're pretty sure that he'll win a lot more tournaments, even though he lost this one.
Meine Damen und Herren, neben dem Dank an die Spieler gilt vor allem der Dank an Sie, an das Publikum, an diejenigen über 100.000, die in diesen letzten Tagen zum Roten Baum gekommen sind.
Thanking the people, over 100,000 who have come here.
Dass Tennis und gerade diese Veranstaltung wieder einen ganz besonderen Stellenwert in unserem Sportgeschehen erhalten hat. Vielen Dank für Ihr Kommen.
Further thanks to the spectators.
Die Siegerehrung, die jetzt von unserem Turnierdirektor Herrn Günther Sanders vorgenommen wird, wird begleitet vom Senator der Freien und Hansestadt Hamburg, Herrn Dr. Miro. Ich bedanke mich, dass er gekommen ist, und auch vom Hauptsponsor dieses Turniers, der Firma Eurocard, von Ihnen, Herr Hendrik. Auch Ihnen vielen Dank, vor allem für den finanziellen Einsatz.
Thanking the sponsors Eurocard and thanking Günther Sanders here, to whom he is handing over the microphone, the tournament director.
Meine Damen und Herren, er hat großartig gespielt. Leider hat es nicht sein sollen. Der zweite beim Tennis Masters in Hamburg im Jahr 2000, Marat, Safin.
So here steps forward, runner-up. Marat Safin, runner-up now twice in Master Series events, losing to Agassi in Paris last November. And getting a terrific hand. Marat wants to say a few words.
Hello to everybody, and I would like to say great match to Guga. Congratulations. He played unbelievable match, and unfortunately I lost. And of course I would like to say thank you to all the sponsors to make this great tournament in Hamburg, also to the city, and of course to chair umpires, linesmen, and ball boys, and of course the security guys. Then I would like to say thank you very much to my friends that are sitting there, Gerard, Alon, Marina, everybody. And of course, Alexander Volkov. And for last, of course, for you to come here, everybody, to help me to win this tournament, but sorry, next year, I hope so. So I'm very glad to play here. And of course, with your public, it will be unbelievable to come to play next year and to win this tournament. Thank you.
Gets to take away $211,000. He'll stay in 9th place in the champions race.
Meine Damen und Herren, wir hatten die Weltklasse im Tennis hier in Hamburg am Start. Und der Sieger in diesem Jahr heißt Gustavo Kuerten.
Getting his trophy from Jan Hendricks, the chief executive of Eurocard, the presenting sponsor.
Der Preis, der überreicht wurde, ist das neue Logo und das neue Symbol für die Tennis Masters Serie. Es ist eine von Waterford Crystal erstelltes Schild aus Kristall. Der Senator, Herr Dr. Miro, überreicht jetzt den Senatspreis der Stadt Hamburg.
Now it's the economic senator for Hamburg giving him the traditional trophy here, in addition to the Waterford Crystal Shield. Dr. Thomas Mirau.
Guga, how about a few words in German?
Grandmother's
Ich
German.
glaube, mein Deutsch sprechen ist nicht so gut. Nächste Jahre would be besser. Okay? Well, first I have to say thanks for all the sponsors here. Eurocar, it's always in the tour helping out the players a lot, and also Mercedes, it's a big partner of ATP. And the tournament director was a great tournament. It's always nice to come here. So thanks for everything. Thanks for the linesmen, some of them, some you know. No, thanks for every one of you, ball kid, my brother here.
Yes, adopted him, I think, David Kowalski.
And, well, I've been already in 3 finals this year. I think I hesitate a little bit to win. I feel the pressure to win this big tournament, but finally at the end, I could go through it. So I had to say also congratulations for Marat, that gave me a very hard time. He was playing so great. And well, at the end, I just was so happy. I have to share this victory. I'm always sharing my victories with my coach, Larry, that he's a big friend of mine. He's a very special person. Thank you for all of you to come here. I think you really enjoyed. We tried to play as more as you would like. You can see 4 hours. I think everybody enjoyed this afternoon here, and especially for the Brasilia crowd, support me a lot. Thank you. And just to finish, thanks for people who are in Brazil, my mother, my grandmother, my brothers, my Oma, and my doctor helped me out in my back, and my physio. Eu amo vocês todos. Beijo. Muito obrigado. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye until next year. So far as Gustavo Kuerten's concerned, I'm sure. Oh, what an afternoon it's been, what a week it's been. The shots that will go all around the world to newspapers and tennis magazines. Moments that he will certainly savour. Right, let's update the Champions Race 2000. No changes as a result of today's results, except that Gustavo Kuerten obviously closes the gap on Magnus Norman. It's 41 points. Agassi, Kavelnikov and Hewitt make up the top 5. And if we can change the page, you'll see that Pete Sampras stays in 6 because Marat Safin stays at number 9. But Cedric Pierlin, the champion in Monte Carlo, Alex Correia, the champion in Indian Wells. So if you win a Masters Series event, then you will be very high up on the race. Yes, the moments that he will remember. Now we are hoping to get Gustavo Kuerten to talk in Portuguese for a moment. What a lovely moment with David Kowalski. So, Chris, how's your Portuguese?
Guga, congratulations, your 3rd Masters Series title. You must be absolutely ecstatic.
Pô, acho que esse jogo foi incrível. Eu fiquei um pouco nervoso na hora de ganhar o jogo no 4º set. E a verdade é que, pô, uma partida como essa, né, é difícil tu jogar assim bem o tempo todo. Acho que eu tive alguns momentos que eu não joguei tão bem, o cara aproveitou. Mas como um todo, pô, foi uma partida excelente. Consegui terminar bem. Acho que eu busquei força de tudo que eu olhava, eu tentava arrancar uma força, porque eu estava realmente bem cansado. Mas, afinal, pô, foi altas vitórias, fiquei super feliz. Acho que eu merecia realmente, depois de 2 finais, eu merecia ganhar uma delas, e essa aqui está indo para minha casa.
And it's the first time you've beaten Marat Safin in, what, 4 meetings now, so that must be a big bonus for you going into the French Open.
Sem dúvida, acho que eu tive 2 semanas excelentes, acabar com uma vitória dessa e ganhar um torneio pô, tão importante como Hamburgo. Para mim vai aumentar muito a minha confiança. Primeira vez que eu ganhei do Marat aqui, foi uma partida que de repente eu podia ter perdido, mas as outras que eu perdi para ele também eu tive algumas chances. Então ele é um grande jogador, eu acho que foi um dia que eu tive um pouco mais de sorte. Eu tenho que aproveitar isso aí e comemorar bastante agora.
Guga, congratulations and well done.
Valeu, obrigado.
Special interview for our viewers in Brazil and Portugal, of course. So, we've come to the end of the 5th Tennis Masters Series event. Gustavo Kuerten joins the list of champions. As we were mentioning, a bit of a gap now. While the players concentrate on the French Open and Wimbledon, we'll pick up again in Toronto on the 31st of July. Then we'll go straight on from there to Cincinnati. Then after the US Open and the Olympic Games, we'll be back again in Europe, Stuttgart and Paris, the indoor tournaments, and finally the inaugural Masters Cup in Lisbon. But that's it for now from the Masters Series. On behalf of all of us here, it's been great having your company. For our production team in particular, Dominic Gresse, who's made his debut as a director this week. Great work, Dom. And all of us in the commentary team, we'll leave you with the highlights of the week on and off the court. Auf Wiedersehen.